Hey everybody. It's been a while. That's the wrong one. Hi Shade. Shade says hi. Jacinia says hello. We're back. Almost. Hi IFP, how are you? Oh, let me turn on the music. I had it louder. Because, well, I wasn't doing anything. All right. How was everybody's weekend? Oh, so the weekend went okay. The fair was, I think, too small, and we were only able to go one day because we had a family barbecue, with a bunch of friends that my mom had planned for months, and so even though it was like Friday, Saturday, the fair was going on, we could only do Friday. So we made a tiny bit of money, but not too much. Yeah, we didn't lose any money, but wasn't. Yeah, basically paid for lunch that day. But I'm actually going to be touching up a little bit of what I was working on while I was there. It's almost done. And when I looked at it before we left, I thought it was done, but looking at it again, because it was dark when we finished. It was like 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. So we no. I feel like there's a lot I could have seen if the sun was still out. Also, it was super hot. It was like over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, I'm gonna say over 100. Because you know Drain isn't getting an accurate temperature reading. Let me see. I really should just have this in my head. It was over 38 degrees Celsius over there. The fair. So it was really hot. Really hot. We brought a fan, but we didn't get any electricity until sundown, so that was kind of funny. But yeah, really quick. I want to show you guys. Get my camera. Hi, Gohora. Welcome. I was just about to show everybody what we did, or what I drew over the weekend, the long weekend. So at the fair on Friday, I worked on something while we were there, as my usual. And so, yeah, that was super hot. I did this while we were there. So one of the people who worked at the fair had mentioned they like sea turtles, so I decided to draw another sea turtle. I want to do some more detailing on the shell, on the back side, and maybe under here. And maybe do a little bit of detailing on these fins. But pretty much this thing is done. We also just made some sketchbooks. I'm gonna go grab them. Oh, just saying he's gonna grab them. I wanted to work on Mocha, but then I thought, the Mocha drawing we've been drawing live, and felt like it'd be nice to have it all documented so that people could see it start to finish. So did I show off the journal? I don't know. I didn't stream hardly at all. Yeah. Okay. So, first off, this is one of the journals we made. This is like a writing journal. And on the inside, there's that little guy. Ooh, that is good news. Congratulations, Shade. So yeah, we sold one of these actually. We sold this version of the journal, but this is not a journal. This is a smaller size sketchbook. Got to. So on the inside we have "This book belongs to," and then all of these are like sketch pages, made from the same paper I use in my drawings. So it's all stuff that I like to use. It's basically just like cardstock, but it came out really nice. And then like we got this as a sketchbook. I think these turned out fantastic. All right. And it's been too long. Where did my... There we go. It's also been really hot here in general. So... Oh, only supposed to get hotter. Ooh, Sunday. That'd be cool. I hope I can catch it. All right. So, it's daily doodle time. Am I in the right? No, I'm not in the right thing. Last time we worked on like a little chibi mocha. So, today, let's see. What are we gonna do today? If anybody's new, every day we are starting this thing where we do a warm-up doodle to kind of get in the zone. And so if you've got a sketchbook or your iPad or phone or whatever, doodle with us. Even if you've just got like a pen and like a sticky note. Mocha has not befriended a cat yet. One day we will get a cat for Mocha. He has a friend. But that day is not today. Mocha. We also got a better camera for Mocha Cam. Kind of hard to tell. But Mocha is now in high definition. Let's just put it back. Or put it right here. Yeah, she's so cute. In the future, I'm changing the way the layout of the stream's gonna look. I haven't finished changing it yet. That's why we're still back to our old layout. But hopefully it will help like fix any technical issues. I don't know what I've done, but I've messed up my screens somehow. So you have a cat named Shadow. Cute. You know what? I want to draw a Sonic character. That's what my warm-up doodles are gonna be. Your cat's name reminded me of Shadow the Hedgehog, so now I want to draw Sonic characters. Funny enough, I taught myself how to draw with comic books and Spider-Man comic books, but I also, when I was in 4th and 5th grade, I had a friend who taught me how to draw Sonic. And so I drew lots of Sonic in school. And that was one of my favorite things to do. Like, me and my friend, his name was Terry, we would draw Sonic the Hedgehog comics. Wait. They finally did it. They added button features. So this app, my tablet or pen here has a button on it right here. And for the longest time, the button did nothing in this drawing program. But they changed it just, I must have gotten an update. Now it changes to an eraser. It's not my favorite eraser, but it's an eraser, which is what other drawing applications do. So I'm really excited about that. That's gonna make life a little bit easier. That was random. Yeah, that's super cool. So, okay. One thing about like drawing Sonic, I think, or Shadow, I like to refer to like, what am I trying to say? I break Sonic down into a bunch of basic shapes when I'm drawing him. And there's like a shape that is consistent, but it's kind of hard to see from the front view. Because this mouthpiece here it's like this. Oh, can't see that. But Sonic's nose here, like, everything is kind of on Sonic when it comes to his mouth and his nose. They're both kind of like beans. So this is like Sonic's mouth from the side. And then you have like Sonic's eyes. Right? This is Sonic the Hedgehog, for anybody who's like wondering what I'm talking about. Video game character. Fast blue hedgehog. But like, this shape is like a bean. And then his nose is like a skinny bean. Just smaller. But from the front, it's like his bean has like a third bean lump in the middle. Maybe that's not very helpful in understanding, but yeah, drawing Sonic with my friend in school, that was like a big, it helped a lot with learning shape, like form and proportions. And he's like really simple to draw too. I think a lot of people who like Sonic can draw him pretty easy. The corrupted animation. I can't draw with you, but could you draw something for me? Depends on what you're asking. Also, welcome. We're doing warm-up doodles, so maybe I could like add it to the doodle today. But again, it just depends on what you ask for. Don't normally take requests of anything, but I'll hear you out. The drawing Sonic's like really easy for me. Spamton? I don't know what that is. I'm not sure what that is. I think I made my Sonic a little fat. Uh-oh. Let's like take that and just over there. Fat Sonic. Ugh. Oh, I've never played Deltarune. And I've never played Undertale either. Like, I'm familiar. I know Deltarune is like the sequel, or just it's from the same creator. But I've never played. Is that like the main character? Right now I'm drawing Shadow, which is just Sonic, but edgy. Instead of having rounded eyes, his eyes come to a point, and then he's got those red highlights. I clean up our lines here. I think okay. Oh, sorry, Shade. Yeah. Um, 2 phones. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely would work. I've never streamed on YouTube from my phone, so I don't know if it'll let you see the chat on the phone as it's streaming from it. So maybe yeah, at least I know cuz I use my phone also see. Oh. Midgie Pal. Is that how you pronounce it? Midgie Pal. Midgie Pal? Or is it Midgie? Or Pal? Welcome. Thank you. I remember. No, I think he doesn't have fluff in his. Tails has fluff in his ear. The Shadow does not. Hi, Kiru. Oh, thank you, Midgie Pal. Which chibi? This one? These ones? Thank you for popping in, Kiru. If you stop by a little later, we're gonna be finishing up the marker piece that I did at the fair on Friday, just to kind of give it like some final touches. And then if we've got extra time, who knows what we'll do. Miggy. Grill. Not hard G, not me G. Not G like jam. Okay, hold on. I have a notebook. Miggy Pal. Key. Grill. So I keep track of viewers and their pronunciations, because I get a lot of viewers from other countries. Make that character for an indie. Actually, so funny enough, the 2 chibi characters on the screen is not for a game. I was like toying around with the idea of making an animation for like a YouTube short. It's supposed to be me and my wife. So I was gonna do like a little like Alright. But I do work on characters for indie games. My wife is oh, thank you. My wife is a owner and lead writer and lead programmer for her own indie game studio called Jellyfish Parade. And at the bottom right hand corner is the logo for the game that I work on of hers. She also makes some music for it, but occasionally, if you pop in the stream, we will be working on art assets for Bell Automata, which is my wife's current project. It's just me and my wife working on it, just us two, and I'm kind of joining in late because she was working on the game and already had it out on Steam, the first part, before we met. So we're working on part 2. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Miggy Pal. Can't stay long enough because right now in Indonesia. Ooh, wow. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. I think we've had viewers from the Philippines. I think you might be our first Indonesian viewer. Thank you so much for stopping by. It is late. 1:30 a.m. is very, very. Or super early, depending on how you slice it. Wow. Yeah, a lot of people come to the streams are people that just kind of find me in their feeds. I guess so, Shade. I guess so. I don't know what like I'm doing to hit the algorithm like that, because honestly, I thought the last couple like days where I've been too busy to stream, I thought YouTube's gonna like send me to the shadow realm because of how long it's been. So I use an old Samsung Galaxy S4 tablet. And right now, like, I have it connected with a connector, like this. Now it's getting. Yeah, so this is like an adapter, plug it in, and it has like an HDMI cable. Then it goes through a capture card, and that goes into the computer. And that's how I'm capturing my tablet screen like that. So it's just my tablet's from it's older. It's like 2018, so it's at least 7 years old. But it has this pen, the S Pen Samsung has, very good. Oh. I turned it off because it wasn't working. So like this is the game. In my YouTube like channel, like information is the link to our game studio website, Jellyfish Parade. So like if you go to that, you'll be able to see all the games my wife has made. And I'm like the newest part of the crew, and so Bell Automata is the only game I've worked on so far in the studio. But if things like pan out where we have either funding from a publisher or more free time, we'll be able to make more games. We're actually like tossing around ideas for yes, Bell Automata Chronicle 1. Yes. Yep, that's it. Chronicle 2 will come out when I finish all the art for it and we finish programming the last little bits. But it's like, how much did you say Chronicle 2 is, like, percentage wise? How long? You don't know? No? It's tough to say. Yeah, the Tomy game. Yeah, my wife has makes primarily Otome games. However, like in the future, we do have other ideas that we're kicking around. We do want to make an Otome game together, and we do want to make a RPG together too. So, hopefully, we'll be able to branch out into other genres. That would be really fun to do. But yeah. Jellyfish Parade is the name of the studio. We got a Sonic and we got a Shadow. Sonic's a little fat. Thanks. Mickey Pal says, "Nice, you have a nice game." My wife says, "Thank you." She's working in the desk next to me. We're in our like small apartment. The artwork is also good. That is not mine. That is the original artist who comes from Russia, which we can no longer hire due to the conflict in between. Just because I'm talking. Between the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, so I'm taking over for the art. In fact, no, we're doing doodle time, but I could show off real quick. I have like this is typically, this is what my art looks like when it's the color saturated. I wish I'm brave like that when I'm coloring my. You know what? Just that's the best thing about like progressing art wise is the more risks you take, the more you learn. I when I color things both like digitally and in real life, well mostly in real life, like I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but we're gonna be working on this turtle. I use so many different colors, so many bright colors, actually like underneath this brown for the turtle shell. So like to get a lot of these different colors to like shine the way they do, I layer a lot of different colors, experiment a ton. And that's a lot of what we do here. Is I don't know exactly how to like. Oh, thank you. I worked on this at a live event we went to sell some art of mine, but yeah, I try. It's something I enjoy. It keeps me sharp. But a lot of times I don't know how to like really tackle this with the limited like resources I've got. So often you'll see like one of the things we're working on also is drawing of our dog Mocha here. And I've not drawn a dog before using my markers. So we do a lot of experimentation. We do stuff like practicing her ears and doing different things. Like really like there's the nose practice we've done. So that like before I go to like the actual drawing, we do some practice like sketches and sample. I don't know what there's an actual term for it. I don't remember what it is, but we go through, we try to identify a problem, and since I've taught myself everything I know, and I still have a lot to learn, so a lot of it is trial and error and figuring out like what works, what doesn't work, you know. And sometimes it means I have to experiment and do a lot of that. So if you've got like your own supplies, or you just wanting to learn how to use like marker or colored pencil, in this case is a mix of both, or digital work. We kind of go through it together, discovering new ways of doing things together. So, I know it's not. I'm not resetting the doodle time. Let's go back to it. 7 minutes. Love the fierce look that the turtle challenging this. Really wanted to do sea turtle. I haven't drawn one since 2020, so or is it 2021? I think it was 2021. It's been 4 years since I'd drawn a sea turtle, so I wanted to like really like progress in that sense. Another Sonic character. Let's do Knuckles. Knuckles is a very interesting character to draw, because it doesn't exactly follow the same rules that Sonic and others do. Just doing Sonic characters. Knuckles has like a very pointed like face. And was pointed at nothing. His like head's kind of like got this shape to it that's like angular. Oh, you've only drawn digitally for the past 5 years? You know what? I can honestly say that I've drawn more digitally than I have physically in the past 5 years. Wait, can I on? Yeah, I can. However, I think doing both helps helps keep it fresh. Like I don't get stuck in art block a lot if I jump back and forth. Now, normally when I'm drawing, I like to have a reference, like a picture to refer to, because I'm not trained as an artist. I didn't go to art school, so I like to have a reference picture so that I can like accurately draw what I want to draw. However, I've drawn Sonic characters in this way so long that I have the years of practice where I don't need a reference. I can draw it from. Yeah, it's no longer like owned by Autodesk, but it is Sketchbook. Yes, the same program. Autodesk sold it to another company, so now it's just Sketchbook, and they've added a lot of really nice features to it. I've been using it forever, and I really enjoy how simple it is. And they've slowly added like more of the complex features that other drawing applications have, and still managed to keep the UI very user friendly. I think is really important. Ah. Yeah, with an iPad you have access to Procreate. I don't have Procreate because it's only on Apple products. So that I mostly just use Sketchbook. Yeah, that's always like good to have. And these are really quick sketches. I feel like I'm not doing my favorite franchise justice. But it's just warm up doodle time. I see. Alright, so there's some like really basic of Sonic characters. For our morning warm-up doodles, I'll kind of like put these together. Maybe I'll do like a Sonic drawing later that is a bit more polished, but not bad for like a... So now, oh yeah, the Sketchbook does have a lot more options for the brush. In fact, they even made it to where you can customize brushes finally and like give them unique icons. So I know you can't really see it, but I have some like weirdly colored... Oh yeah, you can kind of see on the left. Got some brushes that I've like tweaked things and then saved them as different brushes so that I have them for different. All right. You know what? They're not. Maybe like I've looked at it. So I've looked on Autodesk's website recently because they make Autodesk makes AutoCAD and other like programs for like blueprints and stuff. That was my old job. I was making blueprints, and it's no longer part of Autodesk. They did break away. They're no longer a part of the parent company. And oh, or maybe you're talking about like they did upgrade it a lot before they switched. That's probably what I'm sorry for being. Whoa! Camera, you good? You good, camera? Hmm. No, 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 no. I don't view it as being a bother. In truth, I stream just so that I have the motivation to continue making art. Very challenging at times to keep the schedule up. There's a lot of art I need to do. So having conversations actually helps me a lot. Believe it or not. So like, when you do chat, it's very helpful to me because I can chat and work at this. So now, take a look at this guy. Yeah, so like, I gave the eye more of a highlight than in the reference. And you wanna know why I pushed that value to like have more of a sheen? Because in a photo, you can tell, like, your brain doesn't tell you that that's not what a turtle looks like. It knows that that's a photograph, it's real, and it doesn't, your brain's not telling you that it's not. With a drawing, if this was just black, it would look incomplete. It's just like, it is what it is. So you have to kind of do things. Help with the illusion. Sorry, I'm just getting trash bin. Yeah. So a lot of times you're making creative decisions to kind of fill in the gaps, and that can be a challenge, but that's what practice, like with the eye, you can tell I did practice here. This, like, did some practice that eye, kind of see where we were going with it. And right now I'm sharpening some colored pencils. Funny enough, it was so hot at the fair that we were at where I drew this piece that my pencils were melting. Straight up just dripping all over the place. It was horrific. So we agreed not to do events like that again. For multiple reasons, but the heat was definitely not fun. Oh, it doesn't sound like critiques. Also, if you have critiques, I'm not the kind of person that is going to get upset. For me, you can't move forward if you think you're always perfect. If you think that, like, if you can't handle somebody giving you advice or saying something doesn't look quite right, you're never going to get any better. Because then you get trapped in your own head. The echo chamber of what's inside your own head is going to keep you from making progress. And you're just going to frustrate yourself because you know what you want to make. But because you're not progressing to the level you want to be at, you're just going to be unsatisfied. And so I don't mind any critiques. Also, that didn't really feel like a critique. It was a very nice compliment. Thank you. Honestly, I just wanted to draw a sea turtle. I didn't really know what, like, emotion to evoke. I just wanted to make it look like the sea turtle in the picture. That's really it. Well, thank you. And we have, like, so there's a picture of a sea turtle that I drew a long time ago. And it was tiny. It was like the size of a credit card. Thank you. Hold on. I got it right here. This is a copy of a picture that I took of this old sea turtle drawing. And just to let you know, I do not have the original. It was drawn on the back of a parking ticket when I worked at an airport back in 2019. And so I don't have it anymore. I just don't. I drew it in one day and it went away. And this is just blown up. So this was like my first drawing of a sea turtle I ever did. You know what, Miggy Pal, that's okay, because I think nearly all of my viewers, English is not their first language. And I don't have a hard time understanding you at all. You're perfectly fine. You don't need to apologize. This was the first sea turtle I drew. And this print we made is a little blurry. And it's a little blurry because I took a picture of it with a bad, like my old phone camera, which wasn't good. So, like, we were selling these, and we still will, like, sell these. But I wanted to make something better. I still like how I did the underside here. But I think, you know, there's a lot more improvement I can do. And just having something that's less blurry, because you can't even see where the eyes are. Just kind of like a mess. I think would be nice to have. So I'll do some finishing touches on this and get it all ready for turning into, like, postcards or whatever. Are you talking about this one or this one? I'm not done with this one. You can already see, like, I need to push some of these values a bit more, have more contrast in it. That one? You like the texturing here? Did a lot of, like, there was a lot of color put in there. You can kind of see the ink bleed through this cardstock as I was trying to, like, get things to look the way I wanted. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I really like that one. I used a lot of this, which is a white gel pen. The Jelly Roll white pen. This is great for, like, pushing those values. So we're gonna try and get that with this. And maybe we can achieve the same. I'm gonna wait a little bit on the. Yeah, that old one. That old one was really nice. And I just used marker and pen on it. I've introduced colored pencil into my work just recently. I'm still experimenting. I do feel like I could push the values on this turtle a lot more and just really, like, highlight more contrast, because that's where you get a lot of that, like, pop, was the dark brown of the shell with the bright white of this pen. That's where a lot of that texture came from. Alright, sea turtle friend. Let's clean you up. Yeah! I mostly use these. Not the Prismacolor. But this is my main weapon of choice. Copic marker. Most of this turtle is done with the marker. But funny enough, the marker was bubbling in the heat, so I had, like, some difficulties with it. I actually mixed the colored pencil and the marker together on the page to help, like, get something more out of it. And I actually developed that technique while working on a previous ocean drawing that was done on stream. Had, like, a seahorse with a whole bunch of stuff in it. That was a fun time. Oh, but you know what? That's the best part about them. Do you know, because these markers bleed through the page, that you can erase with them? You can erase with these markers. Because when they bleed through the page and you use one of these colorless ones and you have scrap paper, it's important to have scrap paper underneath. You could push the ink through this and into your scrap paper. And as you do it gradually, you can erase it. Like, watch. I got this. I just laid these down. I'm going to take my, like, colorless one here. I'm going to go over this spot. Maybe I didn't want to do that spot. I let it dry. And what it's going to do is it's going to push the ink through the page into some scrap paper beneath. And as long as you have it going through into something behind you, you can fix your mistakes. Just like that. And when it dries, it'll be like the marker wasn't there. In fact, you can keep going over an area and fix any blending you don't like. Just kind of constantly using the bleed to your advantage. Now, something you want to make sure you do is when you have paper behind it, make sure you have extra paper that this ink, when it bleeds through your first page, can go right into. Otherwise, if it's going to hit something that already has ink on the backside, or it's wet on the backside, or if you say you don't have anything behind it and you just have like your table, then the ink won't have anywhere to go and it will start to pool outwards. Like it will like pool outwards and start to affect all the colors around, and you don't want that. That's bad. However, if you've just got, even if you had like printer paper, just regular old printer paper for it to bleed into, you can save yourself any heartache from the bleeding, and keep things looking good. And one other tip, just for proof of concept, I've got here a drawing from 2019 or 2018. This 2019. So 6 years ago. That I did not on thick paper. This is like a cardstock. This is kind of thick. And this is just copy paper, right? This is stuff that you like print like your assignments on, documents. This is like the cheapest paper you can get, really. I like using my markers on this really thin paper. Because sometimes, I don't know why, it just makes it look like really pop. You need a lot of... Do you need your scrap paper behind it? Absolutely. And maybe you need like a couple sheets of paper behind it. That's okay though. Because you can do stuff like this. Like the bright, like clean visuals that you can get with those markers and the ability to blend right there. Like, look at this. This 110% bleeded through. But I had scratch paper behind it, so it didn't pool outwards. It just went straight through. It's fantastic. And you want to know what's like great? Is that, you know how like sometimes you colored pencil, you get these like edges, because I use colored pencil over this. Colored pencil kind of rubs off on the roughness of the paper, and you don't get an even... You don't get a really even spread of that color. Imagine the markers you're using are just changing the color of the paper. Like, it's just dyeing the paper, really. So when you go over it with colored pencil, you don't have to worry about an even color of red. The colored pencil could just be used for detail, because the paper is now that color of red. It's like drawing on different color paper. It's like, it really changes the game. I like using both. But like sometimes when I have, sometimes I don't even use colored pencil at all, because these markers are just fantastic. I also like, this is another thing, just on copy paper, but the amount of like shading you can get, like that gradual gradient in there. And I do believe I messed up on this and had to use the colorless marker to erase that. So, yeah, because you can see here, that's the colorless kind of pushing the ink a little bit. But it worked. It really worked. You know, I think when it comes to any tool, whether it's alcohol markers or watercolor pens or whatever, there's always like a secret to using it. So finding out what that is going to help you a ton. Like getting to, like, it's like giving, being held or given an axe and given a chainsaw. If you don't know how to use a chainsaw, you can get the chainsaw stuck in wood. It will, like, you'll get frustrated. Maybe you don't know how to, like, turn it on. But an axe is really simple and you can chop wood. It's a lot more work. But if you knew how to use that chainsaw, it makes life a little easier. A lot easier. But you need the knowledge. Otherwise, it's a useless tool. So when I'm working on stuff like this, I like to, yeah, I like to share little, like, tips and secrets that I've learned. But, like, the big part of me learning this has just been doing it. Like, experimenting, trying something out, and being okay if you mess up. I've messed up a ton on this turtle. And there are some mess ups that I'm going to be fixing today too. But it doesn't ruin it, because as long as the paper's still intact, we can still keep going. And I'm not going to give up on it. And as long as I don't give up, then I have not failed. That being said, I'm glad we are home and not in blazing heat, because now I don't have to worry about my colored pencils melting on contact and I can actually get some very striking lines. Yeah. Sorry for keeping you. But thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Be great to see you again. Take care and get some rest, alright? Aw. Thank you, Miggy Pal. I'll be live tomorrow, so hope to see you then. Alright. And if, like, you can't show up, that's okay. This is a very relaxed environment. Don't feel bad if life gets in the way. You have no shame, and no, I'm not gonna bully you or make you feel bad if you have stuff to do. Aw, thanks. It is already a great game. I just hope I can live up to the expectations of the fans and, you know, do it justice. Aw, thank you. I'm rooting for us too. Alright. Bye, Miggy Pal. Have a good night. Hmm. Kind of pushing the shell out a bit more to give it more of the shape that's towards the back. It was just kind of terminating, kind of funny. We really did need to add more texture. Just is not hitting the way I wanted to. Right now we're erasing this edge because the sea turtle shell does not like have defined edges towards the sides. Like, we're going to just some selective erase with our clear color and the key to this is patience, because if you try too much, it will blob outwards and then you've got like a mess. Don't want to. Okay. I do notice that those black lines are there. That's from the colored pencil. Not much I can do about that except trying to more of it, but kind of set in, but we can cover it up. We finish here. The shell was the last thing I worked on, and it had minimal light, and I wanted to finish, like have something to show after the event. So I might have rushed things, and you know what? That's my bad. But this can be a lesson for anybody who's working with alcohol markers or these specific brand, or even with colored pencil. It isn't over till it. And as long as I am gentle with the paper as to not rip it, we are okay. Honestly, this is giving it texture. Just the way it's like selectively erasing. Kinda cool. I might want to keep some of the effects of the clear ink as taking out sections of the color here. Oh, hold on. I'm getting a call. Okay, sorry about that. I was muted for a while. So as you know, I have been looking for work for a long time because I lost my job in January of this year, and it's almost September. That was a call from from a landscaping company that I interviewed with on Tuesday. I went in person Tuesday, and they were looking for someone to be a designer, which I've never designed landscaping before. But I thought the interview went well, and hold on. Anyway, that phone call was from them. So, I'll talk about it in a bit. Right now, I want to tell my wife first what that phone call was about. But yeah, sorry that was unexpected. Did not see that coming. We are good to go back to what we were doing. I'm so sorry, Shade. I did not mean to just like not say anything. No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't even have a way to like tell you because I was using the phone that I usually use to type. So don't worry about it. Ooh. That is fantastic. Thank you for being patient. So right now I'm actually like going back over. I kind of erased this shell a bit because there's some detailing I felt like I wanted to like actually do, and something was just not sitting right with me. I feel like I rushed things a bit when I was at the fair. Maybe it was because my markers were boiling, literally, in the heat. It was so hot. And my color pencils were melting, so I wasn't able to get the level of detail that I wanted. With a lot of the things with the turtle here. So I'm going through and kind of just giving myself a reset. Yeah, and erase it with the colorless marker. The marker that doesn't have any color to it. It's just the solution of the ink without any color. So what it's doing is I'm pushing the ink through to my scratch paper here, through the back. See how it's kind of like cooling out? I let it dry fully, which doesn't take too long. Ah, yeah, it was so... Like, my colored pencils were dripping. Yeah, we're in the middle of like a heat wave. It's not normal. It is not supposed to be this hot, but the climate change is really bad with the heat. That's something that is new that we're dealing with in this area. Oh, a rainstorm. Really? Is that's a little scary? Just because it's... Oh, that... Yeah, that would definitely sour the mood if you couldn't leave this pool. That's no fun. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Like a swimming pool? Hmm. Oh, yikes. Yeah, that's that's no fun at all.
probably 500 is like the most basic ticket. Like no exact. Yeah.
Doing swimming.
Only they're in one place because then you get to explore a new city. But
Hey, love. All right. I'm gonna take my break. My lunch break. So everybody, stretch, get some water, get some snacks, and when we get back, we're gonna finish this. And then we can do some work on Mocha. All right. See you guys after the 30-minute break. See you soon. Okay. Sorry about that. We're back. All right. So, who's all left? Jade had to go. Okay. We left off doing some erasing around the shell. And I want to continue just like clearing it out a bit. Mostly because level of detail that I just wasn't able to hit during that that event where we were working on. No, you wanna know something? Totally missed when I was working on this. That line there cuts in. Cuts inward. I forget, to give you guys a better view, I have to change the position in which I draw just slightly. I think it's better for my posture, but it is something I have to get used to. Hold on 1 second. need. Punchy thing. Okay. Ooh. Now I am refilling the ink. My colorless. Just because I've been using it a lot, and with the tip brush being broken, or I still need to replace the tip on it. That's okay. Still use it. All right. Really kind of deconstructed that shell a bit. Push all that ink out. On the opposite. This is a little tricky because pushing the ink back the other direction. And this could actually cause things to get a bit messy. I want to be careful we aren't overzealous. You see how it's like starting to pull up on the edge there and get really defined? That'll happen on the other side too. We're not. What we're wanting to do is we're wanting to lighten up the area here along this edge. Mostly because, oh, doesn't need to. We want to add some more like by that I mean just more contrast. Don't think we were actually any ink through yet. Patient. A little bit of transfer, so we did push some ink through. Doesn't look like much. It's starting to light. When it stops being cool to the touch, then I'll go back a little bit. I know this kind of looks like I'm messing up everything. Are not any harm to the people. Doing some color. Something this turtle is like a bunch of. It's like just some color. It looks nice. The texture here came out pretty good. But all the hard bits are just lacking. Doing that. What we're doing is we're essentially clearing the canvas a bit by using our colorless. Give us more space to really push the values in that are shown in the reference piece. Again, I wasn't really able to get a good grasp of this because when working on this time, it was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. My colored pencils were melting and my inks were acting strangely. Almost like if they were almost like at a boil point. It was crazy. Getting so hot. And even out of direct sunlight, it just was not ideal for my material. I had no idea that things were gonna get that heated, like literally. I think I did my best with what I was given, but a lot is going right here, and I want to see if I can't really hone in on all the good that's going on. Really capitalize on it. I've got to be slow and methodical, especially when dealing with this colorless blender. Because yes, it is erasing. We are getting like things thinning out, but we don't want to lose our shapes. I'm avoiding the edges for that part because sometimes the ink wants to pool out. We just want to make sure we're not losing our big shape. I want to give it time to dry too. We did use a lot of colored pencil on here, so we are fighting that too, because the colored pencil is getting somewhat mixed with the clear ink, and that is why I am wiping off the excess. That one just not smudging around colored pencil. We're wanting to remove color. We're not wanting to just spread it around. Especially color that does not want to. I'm going in little circles too. Just so it's more like evenly distributed. Also allows me to be gentler. Don't want to be so rough with the paper that it starts to disintegrate, because that can happen. That one's also extremely bright, so I think it did mess with my ability to see what I was like. And what I'm really doing here is, even though this like cheek part is actually darker in the reference, there are light spots that I want to capitalize on, and I can't really capitalize on them if the light spots aren't that light. You know? Alright, this part, I feel like we can go back over here. For anybody who's watching, if you have any questions at all, please feel free to write it in the comments, in the chat. I love explaining my process as I go. So, if there's anything I can do to help or answer questions, or even if you just want to know like any tips about this particular like way of doing things, just drawing in general, conversation is very helpful. And also, like, improving a lot of times is just taking a second to recognize you don't have all the answers. Any of the answers, really. You're just as knowledgeable as anybody else, and not just as knowledgeable. You're just as clueless as anybody else, and that maybe getting advice from people who, not advice, but any tips and things that you can do to add to your bag of knowledge, so to speak, is always going to be super helpful. See, we have this pooling effect where it has like a darker edge here. I'm going to just kind of take my brush and wipe inward to really eliminate that that hard line. I really should have waited things to dry a bit. It just spread outwards even more. So just like some quick brushes over here. Give it more even spreading. Let that dry. Back over here. Kind of. Here. Taking our tip over. It's staying pretty dark because of the colored pencil. And that's something you need to be aware of, that your colored pencil, if you add it to this, the paper is what's going to change color itself, not necessarily anything on top. Ah, see, there's that bleed we were looking for. Finally getting through. So I'm gonna give that a rest bit. We don't want to go overboard. Is this our dripping hazelnut? Maybe we won't go with hazelnut. Maybe we'll go with this orangish color. I'm gonna take this yellow. I kind of like it. There's a lot of yellow in this turtle shell. Really kind of try and bring that out more. We're gonna try and get away from those like very rigid rectangle-like shapes that I started with. And we're kind of giving it more of like the organic like curves that it has. Now, something I did mess up. Notice how this like curls in. Then I think it's the point. And then it kind of starts. There's like this whole top section here that got kind of pushed in, and it in a bit. Bring this over the back side. Are doing more push through. Try and really generate a clean. Mostly because the back of this turtle shell here does lighten up. And we just kind of went with dark. We don't need to go that dark. Kind of unnecessary on my part. I feel like I just pushed some of that darkness back into it. Patient. Getting that bleed through we wanted. Doing this to where you're bleeding it through on both sides does ensure that any ink that is just trapped in the thickness of the paper is gonna get purged. It's gonna leave its spot. You're gonna get a cleaner shape to work with. Be gentle, because this does make the paper wet. Even if it's going to dry really quickly, it does make it more susceptible to being damp. So do not press hard, because you don't need to. Alright. I will let that dry a bit. down here at the turtle stomach is like a bit of a travesty, I will admit. A lot of melted lead just oozing here, and I'm picking up and depositing it on my scratch paper. Really get rid of it. Excess. I wonder if there is a tip I could steal from some other marker. Just didn't have ink yet. Because this is really... Hi, Preston. Welcome. Thanks. I'm actually doing a lot of erasing here. If you look at the beginning of the stream, it looked more complete, and I probably could have just added some finishing touches to it. But you know what? I was dissatisfied a little bit, and so we're just going over and kind of giving ourselves like a refresh. Now though, I need I replaced them for my markers. Don't know if it had ink. That needs... So not entirely. While alcohol markers are what I use mostly, I have been dabbling with incorporating colored pencil into it. However, I worked on this at a county fair in a small town. It got way too hot. We were outside. My color pencils were melting, and my markers were just about boiling. So a lot of things did not go to plan. So we're now in a more temperature controlled environment, and I'm able to actually do what I would like. One thing though, I'm using a lot of this colorless marker. Just right here. This colorless marker I'm using to push the ink through the paper. And see, we got like our ink here, and I'm kind of using it to erase. Only problem is, for whatever reason, this tip broke. And that's not good. So I've got a couple of dried out markers that have no ink in them. So I am sacrificing a tip. I had replacement tips. Don't know what happened to them all. This one's really dry. It's hard and stiff. And we're gonna try and resurrect it. Not really. It's like, it is meant for blending. It says colorless blender on it, but I use it for erasing. And it's important to have color, like paper that allows the marker to bleed through the page when you want to erase. Because otherwise it just spreads outwards. And having scratch piece of paper behind your work allows it to go forward instead of pooling out. Like if you were setting it on a table or something. I don't really know exactly how to clean this. Well, that is actually what I'm doing right now. But first we gotta prime this tip, and this went to a beige color. So we're gonna have a lot of that beige still in here in this dry tip. It won't stay dry for long. Once we get the ink in there, it should start to do what it's supposed to. But there's a lot of color trapped in there. Now it won't, like, it won't stay stained forever. But I need my working tip to not have this color on. We're just gonna kind of just brush through. This is alcohol. This is a colorless ink refill. So it's the same brand, just pigmentless ink. Used it to kind of revitalize this brush tip, but as we can see, a lot of the original color is still there. Because these markers blend. The colors blend with each other, and this tip's gonna have a bunch of that still left in it. Unfortunately, I don't know if I've got a replacement tip that never got used. I think all of them have been used at some point. So we'll make do. I'm just tired of like putting this back on because it's not doing whatever. So we're just gonna take this out. And it's a shame it broke like that because it's brand new. We're gonna swap it out with this, and we're just going to keep using this until the color goes, like the color gets out of it. As you can see, it's already starting to deposit ink in there, but let's, since this is going to take a lot of ink, add more. So this long nose on this allows us to like take the top off and squirt it in. I could, but I don't have any rubbing alcohol at the house. And I'm broke right now, so we're just using what we got. On. So I took this from a dried up beige marker. Barley beige was the color, and so it's still producing that color. That's okay. I have plenty of scratch paper that we can use to bleed it around. Eventually, it will become clear again. It just will take some time. In the meantime, how are you? Are you an artist yourself? Oh, nice. What do you like to draw most? Oh, engineering. Man, if I had the money to go back to school, I would love to do. Oh, drawing landscapes. I actually just got a call back. So quick, like, update on some backstory lore. I got laid off in January from a job where I did drafting work. Been looking for work ever since. Last 2 months, though, we've been trying to make a living selling my artwork, which I've never done before. So, in order for me to have stick to a schedule, I started streaming, and all the while, I'm still applying for tons of jobs, which is kind of demoralizing. But last week, I actually had a couple interviews back to back, which I had gone 7 months, no interviews, no nothing. And one of the places was a landscaping design place. Now, I have no expertise in landscaping design, but I'm really good with CAD. Oh, that's cool. I'm an expert at making tediousness in whatever you're doing, whether it's CAD, programming, what have you. I like to find shortcuts so that you don't have to do the same repetitive action over and over again. Back at my job, previously, I did I worked for a company that made fancy wood ceilings and wall paneling for offices and what else, hospitals and theaters and schools, government buildings. I worked on a ton of stuff, and there was a lot of tedious stuff, especially since we were forced to use AutoCAD, and AutoCAD sucks. It just sucks. It's around because you have a huge labor pool. They teach it in high school, so entry-level job positions can charge way less than somebody who specializes in, say, Revit or SolidWorks or anything else. So, companies tend to gravitate towards it still to this day. And one of the things I hated about it was we had a ton of products, but we never had time to make blocks and templates for it. So I learned how to make really complex tools in AutoCAD that would communicate with Excel and other programs, so that we wouldn't have to repeat things over and over again. And that's my specialty. Did that for several years. Then got laid off because management mismanaged funds, and they laid off 20 people all at once due to economic distress. So this landscaping job wants me to create a system so that they don't have to waste time having their designers and their sales reps looking for the right 3D model to download, or all their knowledge in this company is all locked into the minds of people who can do everything. They can do sales, they can do CAD work, they can design things, they know all about the local plants and everything, and it's not really helpful because it's all in their head and there's no system in place. What plants are good for when you don't want say you want plants that will survive a drought. What kind of plants do you have there? Did I try fighting them? No. I wish I could have, but it was not up for negotiation. I did give them a little bit of my 2 cents, and I get updates from coworkers all the time explaining how they call me and tell me about how things are falling apart, big time, and how they're about to lay off 40 more people because they have no game plan. And I just laugh because they got rid of me, and one of the things they wanted to do was all the things that I only knew how to do. So sucks to be them because they're struggling, and bills are tight for me, but I don't have to worry about like losing everything, and it sounds like they're on a like fast track to losing the entire business. Yep, I do draw portraits. In fact, I don't have like a... Hold on. We will go... My tablet view here. I do digital art too. I work on art assets for an indie game. For an indie game studio that my wife has. Let me see. For my wedding invitation, because I've been married for about a year now. I drew the art for the wedding invitation. So this is me and my wife. I did it kind of like a comic book-esque style with some cross-hatching, but in my own way, where I like to change the direction of the hatch marks just haphazardly. But yeah, I do portraits. Not all the time, but I do like drawing people. So just bring back my like reference, and we'll switch back over to my view. Where's my mouse? There's my. So look at this. We have purged the color. Does it look clear? No. But it doesn't matter. The ink that's coming out is clear. So we've essentially fixed that. That's great. Now I don't have to worry about the tip falling off. So we'll take our fresh scratch paper. And we're gonna keep erasing here, because like down here I made way too dark, because if we look at the reference, there's more like definition. There's like a light spot that is like highlighted right in this area here. And so I want to get rid of as much ink as I can. Is it a little extra messy because I used black color pencil over here? Yeah, I rushed it towards the end of the fair that we were at. Just trying to finish because we were running out of daylight. I didn't know if I would have any lights. They did provide electricity for us to set up some lights after sundown, but by that time the damage was done. But that's okay. I want the paper itself underneath this colored pencil to be a lighter color, because I want to add that like turquoisey color in there, and we can get rid of the black another way. I'm making sure, like one of the things that, since we've really saturated this paper with this ink, it does have a tendency to like pool outwards. Yeah, it like creates this darker line here. I mean, it's not necessarily bad, but what we can do is just kind of push it this way and kind of lighten that line up a bit. And we'll keep this like on rinse and repeat. And if we look at the back side here, see all that bleed through? That's all the ink leaving, and that's why having fresh scratch paper with alcohol markers is very important, because you can get that out of there. If you've got a clear ink marker, it is perfect for that. They usually are called blending markers. I don't know why. I guess you could, they do kind of help with blending, but I prefer blending with, like, you're using alcohol markers, so like you can blend with the colors. Like if I wanted to blend this with yellow, I would just use a yellow. That way, you know, I wouldn't use a clear one. you can use yellow on black and it won't mess up the marker. That's one of the benefits of having the alcohol markers. We're going over this backside to kind of push the ink. Since this is like cardstock, it's like a little thicker, a bit thicker than normal paper. There is some ink that is just like hidden below the surface, and we're passing it back and forth. Oh, the frog sticker? Which frog sticker? The one on my Etsy? Sorry, I got kind of caught up in what I was doing. Oh, really? Oh, thank you. Yeah, actually, I'll have the, like, we just got a shipment of fresh frog stickers too. They look great. And honestly, people don't order the octopus one all that much. So, actually, I think you'd be the, I don't know. You'd be the first one to order them. But thank you so much. Okay. I'm gonna push more ink out. Now I could, like, if I was really dedicated to this, I could almost get this the same color as it was before, but it would take a long time. And we don't necessarily want that. Also note how I am, like, moving my my position after pushing some more ink through. Because you don't want it to keep pooling up like a puddle underneath, because it will cause problems. Yeah, see, I kind of went a little too hard. It was starting to cause a little bit of problems. That's actually a good sign, because the last time I pushed ink through on the back side, this all got dark. So we are getting close to, like, completely eradicating that dark ink out of there. I'm glad you like the stickers. It's my wife's idea. A lot of, like, I've never really sold my artwork before, so a lot of the stuff I made was just, you know, I put them on thank you cards, or like if I wrote to somebody, would do some art on the envelope and then send it out. But I never charged anybody, and so, because, like, I teach myself this stuff, and imposter syndrome is a heck of a thing to do. Oh yeah, right. I should let this, I'll let this dry a bit on this side. It's kind of looking gnarly, but everything's fixable. Also, this tip now works great. That was a good call. Now, let's go back up here to this shell. I might actually use this again. There are some things that just did not turn out the way I wanted. Just gonna soften the hard edge. something I should do, because I'm seeing some like purple and reddish tones. I'm not really sure about that. But I'm gonna take this like lipstick rose color. It's kind of pinkish. I'm gonna kind of add this up here and see what it does. It's a little too brown. Oh, no worries, man. There's no rush. I'm not bothered. I'm just happy to have somebody here to talk to. You know, a lot of the times for me streaming, it's just for me to like focus, hack my brain, get me to do the things I want to do. I have a schedule, and if like forces me to like stick to it. Because the ADHD is strong with this one. And I discovered it late in life. So I did not grow up finding good ways of like getting around it. All of that's new for me. So have to work extra hard to combat myself and find new ways to be productive and stay on task. And this was an experiment that's been pretty successful. A lot of the work that we did on stream, I never thought I could do before. Like the seahorse picture that I think is on the Etsy shop. Drew live here on stream, and it was requested from our downstairs neighbor to ask, like, for like they wanted something ocean themed, which is great because I do a lot of ocean stuff, but that's mostly because the blues I have like access to color wise. I've got a lot of, but in the past, if somebody asked for something, I breathe in the water. I need to not talk when I drink. It's important. Okay. You good? In the past, when I would try to do work for people, it would take way too long, and I'd end up feeling horribly guilty. So I didn't ever want to do it. But on stream, it took us less than a week. That's the fastest I think I've ever done something that intricate before. And really gave me confidence to move forward and do art-wise. So even though I'm trying all this out for the first time, trying to, you know, run a small art business and figure out how to be productive, I think it's working out. It is definitely working. I am hacking my brain. Again, like no worries. You don't have to apologize on stuff like that. This got a lot darker than it. But then again, the shells on the sea turtle's face originally are really like really dark. I don't know. We'll go back to that later. Is my colorless? Oh. Oh. Oh, here it is. The marker was on top. Okay. Back over here. Back to our bleeding grind. We're on this side now, and we're gonna go really slow. Big strokes. Really put the ink on there. Ironically, this color that's like coming out from all the pushing of the ink is pretty close to the colors in the bottom of the shell, the darker colors. This felt you know, understandable. We're very new at it, my wife and I, and if we could set up like we're setting up our own website, but we haven't set up a shop like part of it yet. We figured if the demand grew, we would get out of Etsy, because Etsy does like take a percentage, and we could just make our own website, and then you would just deal with us directly, and you wouldn't have to fight with it yourself. So I don't know when in the future we'll actually do something like that, but I feel you, man. We just set up the Etsy shop last week too, so like we're all really new at this, and if it's not working right, I'm really sorry. Okay. I think now, like, is it perfectly clean? No, and that's because the color pencil, I think, is partially dissolved and stained the paper. I don't think I can get it out. That's okay. Because we don't necessarily need it to get out. It's not needing to be pearly white. Okay. This is looking worse than when I started, but I'm not worried. Not worried because we're not done. It ain't over till it's over, and we ain't even close to being over yet. I am so sorry. thank you so much for putting up with that. That really means a lot. What? I know they're in the chat right now. My wife was just like, "Oh my gosh, we just got our first person who wasn't like didn't know us to buy on Etsy." She was super excited. She's working in the other room. Thank you, Preston, so much. And we live close to the post office, so it won't take long to get that to you. Looking. Why did I turn? I turned to grab something. Don't remember. At least a little bit. That's good. You know, I struggle with like having a sketchbook that I can fill with good art. I went through a purge and threw a lot of sketchbooks away that I held on to because they were just filled with unfinished scribbles. So the very few that I have stuff in them that's worth sharing. Hey, that's not fair. Be nice to yourself. It's not, it won't be. I'm sure, like, you shouldn't diss yourself like that. Your art is the good art in there. Okay. But like, what was I talking about? Talk about sketchbooks. This sketchbook I got it for Inktober in 2019. No, we don't. Gotta keep working. Are you telling me to keep working on this so I don't get distracted? Or are you talking about you need to keep working on your art? Because like, practice is good. Drawing a little bit every day will definitely help you. Okay. So like, I think this is the only sketchbook I have where each page has like something on it that, what got me into art? So my dad liked to draw when he was in high school, and my parents had me when they were 19, and something my dad did when he was working 2 full-time jobs, which is crazy, he would, on his breaks, would draw me pictures of like Spider-Man. And so I wanted to draw like my dad, so I would draw Spider-Man. So I taught myself using like comic books. I also like had a friend in school, elementary school, who liked to draw Sonic the Hedgehog, so I drew Sonic for some time. And I just never stopped. Always drawing. So it was really my dad. And in my signature for my art, that's one of the things that I do to honor my dad, is that hold on. My signature is like this thing's dry, but my dad and I share the same first name. We have different middle names, so I'm not technically a junior, but every signature that I have for my art, I take the ray and I turn it into a junior so that this honors my dad in a way. What? They do? Oh. Oh, thank you.
Something like that.
Hmm. My wife is telling me people think my signature is saying bruh.
But
Hold on, my wife wants to tell me something. I'm on mute for just a second. Okay. Oh. Yeah. Signature. Hmm. Ah. More cursive-y. Makes sense. I suck at cursive. In that I don't have the patience for it. My hand has like a slight shake to it, so my lines don't end up being that straight. My curves don't like kind of have a wobble to them, so in fact, when I write words, I'm writing in all capitals. I write in all capitals because there's more straight lines and less curves, so less accidental shenanigan. But yeah, that got me into drawing. And my cousin, he's like a little brother. Him and his sister and his mom lived with us for a long time. And it's all connected, but it's a mix between cursive and print. Ah, I see. That's cool. Yeah, my dad was a big influence. Another one was my cousin, where he was younger than me, like a little brother, and we would just draw. We would draw comic book characters all the time. And like doing that with him was so much fun. I love showing this off. He like cringes at it, but also didn't tell me to stop. But I like to show his progression. I have a few old drawings that I've kept, and one of them is one my cousin made, and he was like 8 or 9. Like, my cousin drew this Spider-Man, and he was really young when he drew it, so to draw on with your friend in high school. Ah, yeah. That's a great reason. Like, it brings people together. Yeah, I know. It is pretty fire. Just a couple years later, though. This was him like when he was 8, 9, around that age. Then when he was in middle school and he was like 13, 14, he was doing stuff like this. I colored it like this one, but he did everything else. This is him. And he does fantastic work. Yeah. I know. I'm really proud of him. A lot of the stuff he does too, because he's practiced so much, he doesn't use a reference for like the comic book characters he draws. He's just, it's all in his head. So like, in fact, I think I'll shout him out. He's got an Instagram. He doesn't sell his work. I don't know why. He works at a pizza place of all places. So like, this is my cousin's Instagram. You like lower it. Lower the brightness so you can see it. And it's just full of stuff. Full of fantastic art he's done over the years. So, like, I would encourage you to check him out. Yeah. Oh look, I didn't know he did digital. He's. I missed that post. But yeah, Eric Goldman art, all one word. Yeah. I think the last piece he, like, big piece he did. Oh, Indiana Jones music. I just wanted to zoom in. He did like a tribute to Indiana Jones. Turned out fantastic. So that was like another big influence, was just drawing with him. I'm right. Oh, and I don't have. Nice. Headphone. Okay. So yeah. What does he have on his bio? "26 and still can't draw left hand." Oh, that's fun. He changes it every now and then. But yeah, there have been times where I kind of let it go, that like didn't draw nearly as much. Oh, hi Mocha. My dog's returned. She's back in her spot. Mocha, hi. We usually have her in camera. She has her own camera. Mocha, say hi. Why are you facing? I didn't notice she hop up there. When did you get over here? You were sitting with Mama like all day. The other drawing I'm doing, like outside of this, is actually, he's a Cairn Terrier mix. So like the dog from Wizard of Oz, Toto. Imagine that and mixed with I don't know what. We got her from a rescue, so I don't know what is all in her. If we ever have like a spare $80, we'll get like a dog DNA panel. But one of the things I've been doing also on stream is drawing her. And we'll be doing more dogs in the future. It's like the first dog I've actually tried to draw this way. So using my own dog is like an experiment. You know what? It does. But sometimes you just want to know the answers to things. Like it helps to know for like health things. Because certain breeds are susceptible to different complications. You kind of like that information is really useful. Ah. friend from high school used to draw dogs a lot. I'm drawing with markers a lot of the time, so it's a lot of like big smooth strokes, and I don't draw big enough to like get a lot of definition for hair, so I don't draw dogs that much. But I'm trying it, mostly because people keep asking if I do pets, and they want me to draw do commissions of their pets, which is a lot of pressure. People get really persnickety about how their pets look. And also, like, I'm not sure when I'll be like taking commissions in the future, but I want to have like some ground rules, because sometimes people are like, can you draw me or draw my dog, and then they send you like the most difficult drawing, like photo to draw, one where there's like no lighting to like define features. It's like it's like a selfie pose, everything's evenly lit, and you kind of have to like figure out how to shape the dog, because like a photo, your brain's gonna know, okay, that's a person, that's real, that's a dog, that's real. A drawing, you're trying to trick the brain into like identifying what it is. It doesn't get an easy like hall pass because it's a photo. So you need a little bit more like contrast, more lighting to kind of help create the forms that your brain will say, yes, that's what we want. That looks like a dog, or that looks like John from down the street. And when they give you those kind of like photos, it does you no favors whatsoever. Well, you want to know something? That's just it. When you think about somebody, you're like, when you imagine somebody, you're not imagining a still picture. You're imagining them smiling, them frowning, them in motion. And if you actually sit to like analyze somebody's face, like up close, they don't look anything like what you remember. Because you're remembering all the motion, like all the stuff in motion, all the different expressions all at once. It's more like a compilation of things. But you take a freeze frame of somebody and then you're like, their nose actually looks like that? Are their eyes really that far apart? I never noticed, because you don't really pay attention to that kind of stuff. Not really. And so like, it's really hard to draw somebody. Especially when they, like, it's hard to draw somebody and have them recognize it as them. That's hard enough as it is. And then when they give you a photo that just does not help you define their face whatsoever, that doesn't help. There's a lot of melted color pencil on the chest here. It was when I was working on this part during the hottest part of the day on Friday, and we were outside, so I am actually using the alcohol in this marker to dissolve the clumps of melted colored pencil, and just get rid of it. And do a better job at defining that chest. Oh. Yeah, drawing people can be really tricky. and you notice things about people that like you never thought you would like. Just all right, yeah. Usually I start in the mornings with the stream, and one of the things in the morning is that before I do anything, I do like a warm-up doodle for 30 minutes. Today I was just doing quick sketches of Sonic characters, but each day is a little different, and it's just 30 minutes just a doodle, and I encourage everybody who's watching to draw with me. And it doesn't matter if it's good or if it's bad, or even if you don't know what you're drawing. A doodle a day helps, because there's a lot that goes into like getting better at drawing. And one of the things that people don't really consider all that much is the actual physicality of it. Like the muscles in your hand that you draw with. You're doing a lot of minute movements, very like precise in your hand. A lot of repetitive small strokes. And if you've ever tried to draw, like write your name with your non-dominant hand, you'll know that like not having that like use of your muscles and not developing it can really like you make you struggle. You can't write your name as good as your dominant hand. So doing a drawing a day helps not just like get you in more of a routine of drawing every day, but it also helps build those muscles that help you have more control. And what do I think you should draw? I don't know. What about what if you were to like look at your desk or surroundings and find an object? Like I just like my eyes were drawn to this. Okay? So like I had this pencil sharpener. What if you were to take something around you and turn it into like a robot or a vehicle? Like keep its basic shape, kind of like inspired by it, but not actually draw this and then add like robot feet, whatever, but like take its design and then use it as inspiration to draw, I don't know, spaceship, robot, car, something like that. I know that like I was like watching when I was a kid the special features behind like. Oh, you have? I've done it before too. I should do it more often. But my mind just flashed to like a core memory of me watching the behind the scenes of like episode 1 of Star Wars. And one of the things that George Lucas did when he was making Star Wars movies is that he got his concept artists to do a lot of like dry concept art, just like without any like real like story direction. Just pump out art, and then he would take that and use it as inspiration to kind of flesh out the finer details of the story. And he would take elements of other people's like concepts and maybe mash them together and help design a lot of the creatures, spaceships, what have you. And one of the artists used a spray bottle head for a robot design, I think. I forget which one it was. You were doing that with the intention of turning it into an actual robot. That's cool. That's really cool. I remember like, he took the head of a spray bottle and just looked at it from all angles and used its like shape to kind of inspire him to make something. Oh, a water bottle. Okay, Like, I know I'm jumping around a lot, but this is pretty lightened up. I mean, it's not perfect, but I bet you I can get those lighter, like, greenish blue hues that are here underneath the turtle's shell there and really kind of push it. And I want to do the same kind of, like, get more green in here. Thanks. Gotta be careful not to, like, tear up my paper. As long as I don't do that, I'm all good. I think I do have a picture of what this looked like before I started working on it. So, like, I mean, I could have just, like, left it at this and called it a day. But something about this just didn't feel right. The top of the shell didn't feel right. And I feel like I could do a better job of, like, really making it stand out more. So yeah, we've erased quite a bit. When you look at it, but what it looked like before, like, yeah, I probably should have just left it as is, but now I've erased a bunch. Oh well. We're gonna keep going. Can't stop now. Can't stop, won't stop. Yeah, I think so too. I hope so anyway. I might make Mocha a little smaller. She's sleepy, so we won't mind being a little tinier. Yep, I could always do it again. The thing is, will I be motivated to do it again? That's the big ticket. That's a pretty good sign too, that the bleed through is almost clear. So once that dries a bit, I might go over with an eraser and see if I can't remove any more of that black. I don't think I can. That's okay. Do I have a favorite artist? I like Jim Lee a lot, the pencilist for DC Comics. I find his work is phenomenal. Classical artists I really like. Van Gogh. I really like Van Gogh and his use of color. But other than that, I don't really get into the weeds of like older artists much. Which I should more. Okay. What about you? Do you have a favorite artist? It's a tough question, honestly. That black's not going anywhere. That's okay. Looks okay. Let's see. Yeah. This. Got this. Spectrum green. Let's do it. Maybe doing that. Ooh, that's very, very bright. Hold on. I'm like dancing around different colors here, trying to find the right color. Pretty close. More is a blue. There is blue under there, but also spectrum. And take. Ooh, that's. My champagne colored here. Kind of. That. I'm looking for. And then I'm gonna take this. Oh, this is. Yeah. Go over this here. Which guy? Jim Lee or Vincent Van Gogh? Or somebody else that I might have missed. Oh. Yeah, I did. I do have like a swearing filter on, so if there was any swearing in it, it might have got purged. That's mostly because I got a lot of young kids from all over that pop into the stream. Oh, it might. Who knows? I have no idea. Sometimes the YouTube chats just go away. I don't know why. Maybe put a space in between some of the letters? Because maybe there is something about his name that is getting filtered for whatever reason. Because maybe it, like, there is a word that can be used, like, could be, like, made out of his name? I'm just spitballing now. Arthas Pillar Jet. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what. I don't know what is getting, like, purged from that. Ah. Alright. I'll check them out. I'll write it down, actually, so I don't. Got it. Written down. Check them out. Thomas Kincaid? The name is starting to, like, ring a bell a little bit, the Kincaid part, but I don't know if I know it as an artist or know him as, like, the Kincaid is coming up as something else in my mind. I have no idea, but that name does sound familiar somehow. scenic stuff, but its use of light is really cool. Alright. It's like I gotta do my homework, sounds like. They use light really well. Yeah, lighting can be tricky. I admire anybody who can tame it. I think this needs. Am I just being scared of color? Is that why? There are orange tones in this. I've just been dancing around using like brown orange, not actually orange. This song can. All right. We're gonna use colored pencil now and kind of like tackle this. I feel like some things I can't lighten up because of the black colored pencil I laid down and it stained it. So we're gonna reverse stain with the white. Also, I was in the wrong spot. One thing I like to do is not add like black lines to things, but add white for highlights. Really kind of can take something and make something that looks muddy turn it into something that looks really like it's actually there. Normally I do that with my white pen. I'm trying to avoid the white pen until the last moment because going over the white pen with marker does gunk up the paper and it's harder to undo. really dark really accentuated forming this wall-like shape up. And I've been really being afraid of the dark colors. It's gonna really make me contrast. And okay. I think using a color picker, see the color alone without the other colors around it would help. You know, like that is helpful because the color association can mess with you. Are you drawing digitally? Are you asking me for like what I'm doing right now? I don't know if I can pick up the color. I mean, I guess I could use a color picker, but again, know what you're doing. I could, but I'm not worried about the colors. I'm experimenting. So like the reference, okay? The reference I can't perfectly imitate. I am limited by my tools. I don't have every color. I can't make every color. There are some things that look great in the photo would not look necessarily that great as the drawing. Like photo, his neck's a lot more like yellow and white. And I think I like the change I did, adding more browns in there. Is it not exact? It's not what it looks like, but it also gives it more of that leathery feel. So I'm also making creative decisions in like pushing things that aren't necessarily what's there. Like right now, I'm pushing for darker colors on the shell than are actually there. Because in the photo, yeah, that's a shell, but it also is the same speckled color as like the folds in the neck. And if I did that, I wouldn't really have like a good like defined shell. So I feel like there's a lot of stuff I've done where I've just pulled random colors in and like help fill a space or create a sense of shape that aren't necessarily there. I like to use purples in a lot of my shading. Why? I don't know, but it turns out really well when I do. Sometimes I'll throw a random like blue streak in, and I layer a lot of colors. Just kind of going on feels, vibes. But mostly to just really kind of get the shape I'm wanting. I think that's actually blue there was maybe a mistake, but that's okay. Just maybe mirror it. Replace that with some yellow. Guess I might do. Sharpen. There. I've added these like kind of faint. I've added these lines that kind of go. I'll use this pencil. Give this like the shell here, and I'm wanting to give this like sense of curvature. So I got this like shaded part. And I'm using the white lines to like do this, where they're following along and then they go in like a scratch. And that kind of gives it way more shape than it did before, right? That's not in the original photograph, but I think that does help define that top of that shell. And also gives you more of like, oh, that feels like it would be like kind of curled up like that. And have like a lip of the shell. I think that worked out pretty good actually. Didn't even go in. Thank you. Probably fiddle with it a bunch more, but at the very least, and then now have a better pick tackle. Ooh. Big starship launch? Like IRL or oh, for SpaceX. Cool. What's going up? Is it like a test flight, or is it sending supplies to the ISS? Postponed it a couple days. There were issues in the ground. Crazy big rocket. I see. I hope all goes well. Goes well, they'll be happy when they interview me on Thursday. Yeah, that's good thinking. Oh, they're gonna put up satellites. 8 Starlink satellites. Wow. Yeah, I'm feeling better about this shell now. Feeling a lot better. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, I agree. Definitely agree on that. Could even push this a little darker too. Okay. No? You don't want to come here? Okay, fine. Be that way. Okay. In my sometimes if you look closely, there's like buildup of marker that's just kind of sitting on top of something. I'm gonna use my eraser and kind of like wipe away the buildup because it can mess with further coats of like color. That's like a good way of like getting rid of that nasty gunk forms as you go over an area over and over and over. Something that you can do to help, especially when you're working with these two mediums. Yeah, it's the colored pencils and then the marker going on top of it. And create this like build-up. But oftentimes when you erase, it's like it doesn't take away much of the color that what you were on top of, and gets rid of that extra gook, which is nice, which is what you want. At least if you're doing something. Just a minute left. Use my purple now. Is this a good time? I think so. How's the launch going? I assume that they've already launched it. Oh, where? There it is. There we go. Okay. Something interesting is that I want to continue this like bit of yellow here. Kind of went over a little dark. But because I had like a baseline of yellow underneath here, I'm peeling it back, revealing that yellow a bit. Now, if I go back over, It's just cardstock. I think this is like 80-pound cardstock. Yeah, it is holding up pretty well, given I haven't like ripped through it. And with how like much I'm going over the same spots over and over again, you could totally expect me to tear straight through it, huh? No, it's holding up pretty well. Couldn't do this with copy paper. See this like go over this again and again and again, like without it thoroughly drying. But with this, I can. There. Something I want to do. That. Really like porn. LOL. Porn on how I want to do the like this top part of the back here. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. I thought I heard something, and nope. All good. Okay. I like am tempted to try and do like a reflective water effect. Then I don't really. I'd be making that up, and I don't want to make that kind of mistake. Oh, I don't know. I'd do something. could do this. That's looking. That's looking. Huh? No. I thought I heard something. Not quite. I'm kind of in a rhythm. Oh, plant pots. Nice. Thought about doing like a series of like plant drawings. Potted plants. I don't think I even considered that. I thought it was just like for me. Oh, what am I trying to say? I think that's a great idea to do potted plants. What kind of plants? Or just doing the pots? Launch. They go well. They deployed all the satellites successfully. Nice. That's great news. It's a small shrub. Oh, awesome. Plants can be like real fun to draw or a pain in the butt. I have not found it being an in-between experience yet. those things. At the very least, I want to finish this back shell. Very close. Oh, thank you, Preston. They try. Thanks, yeah. It was what I was wanting originally. Just kind of muted. So. Having it, like, finally hit that round of just getting more oomph out of it is nice. That's good. Hi. Okay, that's a better back of the turtle. There's still more to do, more detail on this fin. Underside needs to be overhauled, but at the very least, looks better. Looks much better. All right. I think that's gonna wrap it up for today. Been at it since this morning, so or afternoon. Did I start early or later? I can't remember. But thanks so much, Preston, for coming by and getting stickers. That was really awesome. I hope you like them when they arrive. And tomorrow we'll be back at it. Finishing up his underside and doing some detailing here, because as I'm looking at it, it's very not detailed compared to the rest of him. So we'll get him all cleaned up and ready to go. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Thank you so much. And we'll see you next time. I hope you get that interview with SpaceX goes well. All right. Take care. My mouse up there. Normally, Mocha's here to say goodbye, but she's not here right now. Anyway. Bye.